order. Are there any adjustments to the agenda? I have one in executive session for 2 personnel matters. You can put that after other business. Anything else? Second. What was the, what's the reason? 2 personnel matters. 2 personnel. First I want to say, if anybody's joining us on Zoom, just speak up and give us your full name, please, when you're ready to speak. Acceptance of the minutes of the meeting of October 14th.
I'll approve the minutes from. Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the minutes of the meeting of October 14th. Is there any discussion?
Just real quick, what 6D, what town hall change in function? Does that mean something, or is it just a note or something?
Discussion for elections, you mean?
Yeah, and it said, see how town hall is underlined.
Oh. It's underlined in bold, but maybe make sure people know.
It's a variance from, I was here when he was reading the minutes, it's different.
Stick out like.
That's what I know.
That's good.
Well, you got me to ask a question.
Craig will know where to go.
Yeah.
It takes a little
Okay,
while.
all in favor? Opposed? They're accepted. Communications and public comments.
I haven't been embroiled a bit. Hello?
Well,
Is it our time? Is it my time? Stephen John is my name. I'm the vice chair of the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District. Are you ready for that piece of business?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's a pleasure to be here. I think Jeff Such, the representative from Londonderry, is also attending. He serves on the board, the governing board of the Deerfield Valley CUD. Lisa, did you introduce yourself, or I don't know?
I didn't know. Hi guys. I'm Lisa Colby. I live in Westminster. And I'm just really interested in this project and hoping we can get Westminster on board for it. So.
Thank you. Okay.
So
he made it in.
What's your presentation?
It's a little hard to hear y'all. I don't know if there's anything to make. Yeah, I think without mask might be a little bit better, but I know that, I don't know if that's kosher. Oh, okay. Got it.
Are you going to give us a presentation?
Well, yes, I can say a few things. I turned up the volume. I hope I can hear you better now. Certainly want to welcome any of your questions. I'm the representative on the DVCUD governing board appointed by the select board of Marlborough. We were one of the first towns to vote as a town by public vote at town meeting, the first 5 towns to form the Deerfield Valley CUD pursuant to the statute that enabled towns to get together to figure out how they could ensure that broadband is available to high-speed broadband access to the internet is available to all residents. That's the goal, and that was the goal and sole purpose of the legislature enabling towns to form a communications union district. The concept is similar to, if anybody's been involved with Wyndham Solid Waste or with a water district or a sewage treatment, a sewage district in other towns. The concept is that, well, what's unique about this, what's the same is that we're tasked with a specific purpose and one purpose only. The thing that's a little bit different about this kind of CUD in Vermont, Communications Union District in Vermont, is that it has no taxing authority, has no ability to hold any taxpayer or resident in any town liable. That's, I think, very reassuring, certainly was to the members of the residents of Marlborough, because after all, what if this particular effort, this initiative, and however collaborative and cooperative it may be, what if it fails? What are the liabilities? So the law is very clear on that. I can read the law to you if you like, but all of the law that pertains to a communications union district is a statute, Title 30, the Public Service, Chapter 82, Communications Union Districts, and then it goes on for the various topics: formation, district composition, creation, duration, non-contestability, district powers. But I will move right away to the issue of formation. The first 5 towns formed and were obliged to take action to elect, have their own representatives appointed by their select boards, meet and form the Communications Union District. That happened on April 9th of this year. So we haven't been at work very long. But since that time, we have now 16 member towns. And 17 will be, the 17th will be voted in and accepted at our next meeting on November 11th. That would be Dummerston. So the way these other towns have joined is by virtue of a vote by the select board. And it's a simple motion, voted up or down. And then if that's a positive, then the next step is for the board to appoint a representative to represent the town of Westminster. And that person has the one vote that any town has on the governing board of the Communications Union District. The law also suggests and recommends that an alternate, 1 or 2 alternates be appointed to ensure that Westminster is represented and casts a vote on any particular decision at all board meetings. I can read you about the limitation on taxes and indebtedness if you like. It's pretty clear, section 3056. I think you may have received, well, I can't say, notwithstanding any grant of authority in this chapter, the contrary, the district shall not accept funds generated by a member's taxing or assessment power. Also, B, the district shall not have the power to levy, assess, apportion, or collect any tax upon property within the district, nor upon any of its members without specific authorization of the General Assembly. The General Assembly is the legislature, Vermont legislature. Notwithstanding, every issue of the district's notes or bonds shall be payable only out of the revenue or monies of the district. Now, the sole source of income for a communications district is a subscription fee, in addition to the subscription fee for the service. And that would be the money that would pay back any indebtedness, because obviously some money has to be borrowed to build a fiber internet infrastructure sufficient to meet all the unserved and underserved residents of our communities, of our member towns. You're obliged to appoint a representative on the last Monday in April, so that in May, when the annual meeting happens for CUDs, there are 9 communications union districts throughout the state. In May is our annual meeting, second Tuesday in May. And that's when the newly appointed representatives would organize and elect chair and vice chair and so forth. The terms are only one office. The board would have to decide to renew, reappoint, or appoint someone else to represent Westminster. You can replace a representative or alternate by your vote and your decision as a board. The other thing that people ask about is, how do you get out if it doesn't work? If a town votes to join by virtue of the select board motion, then that's the way the town would withdraw, by select board motion and approval by the board of all the one representative from all the other towns. It's unlikely there'd be any objection to a town withdrawing, because there's no tax loss, there's no advantage one way or the other. So if a town doesn't feel like they're being served, from my point of view, I can't see how Marlborough would ever vote to leave, but certainly the representative from Marlborough would certainly not mind any town leaving. It just means that you have one less town involved. The business plan we have presently approved by the PSD is only based on 15 towns being members, and that group is certainly financially viable because it has sufficient critical mass of customers eager and actually hungry for service to be able to manage this on a over time, over an incremental build proposition. I think I'll quit unless you got some questions. I hope that's covered the major issues for you. There's no particular reason for me to be lobbying you or trying to persuade you of anything. I just am here to answer questions. We certainly welcome any new towns. The one thing the law says is that we have to have an annual report reviewed by the legislative bodies of the member towns, and that means the select boards of the member towns, and they are able to review and comment at a public hearing that will be November 11th. That will also be it happens to be Veterans Day, but that also happens to be our governing board meeting on that Wednesday. And we picked that date because the law says we have to have it done before the 15th. So we moved up our usual meeting schedule on Wednesdays monthly.
So I have a question. Susan Harlow. My question is, broadly, the way this would work is that the representatives would vote to borrow money and to build a network, and then the money would be paid back by the subscriptions of the users of the service?
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. The law permits us to borrow money on a revenue bond, and that means that we have to have some customers first. So the initial hurdle for this group will be to come up with grants, of which we have applied, and we have been successful to a very insufficient degree. But our present report reports $118,000. And we certainly are looking forward to the federal money or the COVID money being extended in terms of deadline, because they have a deadline on COVID relief money actually connecting people before December 20th. And so that's impossible for us to take advantage of. However, Comcast and some other ISPs have certainly gotten some grants from the Public Service Department to extend their lines to better serve people that have not been served to date.
So you would get grants, and then you would also find customers who would pledge that they would subscribe, and then when you had enough subscribers, then you would begin to build. Is that the idea?
Yeah. The only thing that's a little strange is that we wouldn't collect the money. We're determined to have no employees, and build no particular bureaucracy. What we really seek to find is the best path, which has been followed by EC Fiber up north, who precedes us in terms of 10 years of experience with this, is that you contract out for the design, for the build, for the actual service. And that service provider might be, conceivably, it could be CCI, it could be GWI, it could be another outfit called Tilson. There are lots of possibilities, and certainly it would be a competitive bid situation in terms of response to our our RFP. But that is the next critical stage of our steps to success as outlined in the business plan.
Hughes, how are you? You mentioned a revenue bond.
Yeah.
Why don't you explain that to the group, will you?
Okay. Our neighbors in New Hampshire towns, you may have read, Chesterfield, New Hampshire was able to sign a contract with CCI, Consolidated Communications, to build out their entire town in fiber. Actually, prior to forming a CUD, my own town, Marlborough, was considering doing the same thing, and we interviewed the former select board in charge of that project. So what happened there is that New Hampshire made a law, had a new law about the same time frame as our CUD law in Vermont that enabled towns to borrow money, municipal bond, to build fiber infrastructure and telecommunications network. And so they borrowed the money from in the bond. They floated a bond, and in that case, the taxpayers are liable for that bond, right?
Right.
And theoretically, I'm surprised that this didn't happen in Chesterfield's case, but Chesterfield didn't own the infrastructure, even though they paid for it. But 4 towns that followed in New Hampshire, including Dublin, have made a sharper deal with Consolidated, and they will retain ownership of the infrastructure for which they borrowed the money to have built. They do sign a contract with CCI to enable CCI to be the service provider, and therefore gain some revenue from the deal over a period of time. So a revenue bond is not that. Revenue bond is based upon the revenue raised for the service, and that's what pays back the indebtedness on the borrowing. And so it's not possible for a CUD to do that without having some people connected that are supporting a revenue stream. So that's.
Are you skilled enough to know, was this structured as a municipal bond with a municipal mechanism, meaning it's a tax-free municipal bond issued through the state with the state parameters of New Hampshire? Do you know those answers or not?
I don't know. I think I'm on thin ice there answering for New Hampshire. But I know that taxpayers were liable for that. I think in the arrangement that Dublin made, they got Consolidated Communications to guarantee the repayment of the bond, of the taxes, that, the interest on the bond. And but they stipulate that they will own the infrastructure in the end. This is rather important to those towns that have already joined in this effort, because we see no hope or prospect of private sector reaching all of the residents or all of the locations in our communities. They're going to pick off the ones that are the closest to the main roads, or at least the densest population areas, where there's a profit margin that can sustain and justify their investment. There's capital investment up front that has to be undertaken.
I don't want to take up too much of your time with the board's time. So where would one go to get information on this capital structure under the revenue bond? You know where I can go to get my own answers?
Well, are you referring to how the revenue bond is going to work for the CUD?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Paul Giuliani is our lawyer. His office up north, you probably know him. Eli is actually our person. And I know that there is language available to be used in such a floating a bond. We were solicited by already a specialist in that business, and we interviewed them as a vendor committee, but we haven't taken any steps on that because we're not ready to borrow any money. The first money that we would borrow would be under a VEDA loan, would be limited probably to about $4 million. And that would be our best opportunity, at least now, without having revenue.
One last question. I thank you for your very succinct synopsis, really do. As if towns were to join, based on what you know, not having the CUD before you, am I to understand that the towns that join would then be somehow subject to liability for the bond, or no?
No, that's what's pretty interesting about this compared to New Hampshire. In our case, the Communications Union District is considered a municipal entity, a new municipal entity comprising, basically being governed by a board that has one vote from every town, and that's it. They have the sole authority to plan, to issue contracts, to accept donations. In fact, we're charitably, we're a charitable effort, and so there are tax advantages for people to donate, and then also it's possible that there'll be some private notes. There'll be some private borrowing, but we're certainly not. We have to be very careful not to borrow money because we don't have a revenue stream to repay the interest. So this is going to take, a while, and of course, the more towns we have, the larger the project. But on the other hand, the more towns we have, the closer we're getting to our mission of serving everyone, and the more resources we have in terms of volunteers and financial support.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Great.
I just would like to mention that in your package, you have a letter from Pat Moreland from the town of Brattleboro. Goes into some very detailed information about it. And then you have a memorandum from Robert Fisher, Esquire, representing the Union District. So what we do from here is up to you folks. We have fallen flat on two different fronts trying to get service to our residents from different avenues. And this seems to be the only avenue that has the ability to move forward. Comcast and Consolidated are not interested in talking to individuals nor small community groups. So the CUD, as he said, carries more clout than say just Westminster by themselves. So something to think about. Lisa is willing to keep you abreast of what's happening. And I don't want to speak for you, Lisa, if you're still there.
Maybe we get a contact information, and if we have any questions for the next meeting, we can get them answered and put it on the agenda of the next meeting and see if we're ready to do
Perfect, thank
anything
you.
about it. Be reasonable?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
Okay,
Thanks, you guys.
thank you, Jeff. We'll talk later, Lisa. Great. Call anytime. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, thanks, everyone.
Unfinished business, school consolidation withdrawal action, Mr. Major. Assuming that's why you're here?
That's why I'm here.
On the side of your package, you have the information that David shared with for you guys. It was came in a little late, and I'd already created the package, so that's why it's beside it. But
So together with a number of other townspeople, I put together a petition, and we have the required number of signatures, which is we have over 130 signatures that were verified at the town office today. And so I am here to present you with that, also to share this sort of draft Well, first off, I think what this means is that the select board has to take action now to hold a special town meeting to consider the withdrawal of Westminster from the unified district of Athens, Grafton, Westminster. And then if Westminster voters approve the withdrawal, then Athens and Grafton have to vote on the same day to okay that withdrawal from the district. They're pushing very hard for Westminster to get on with it because they want they want to do that. Or at least the town authorities that I keep hearing from too. There's a couple of notes about that. One is that this sort of draft set of articles that Fletcher Proctor dreamt up is something to consider, probably something to run by Larry Slayton before you actually declare, or maybe not. I mean, Fletcher drew this up. So, but you'll see a letter in your packet. You'll see a letter from Larry Slayton about this potential withdrawal, and it's addressed to Good Afternoon Cheryl Charles, and Jack Breyer from Westminster. Just a couple of notes about it. In it, he goes through those steps that I just described. But he says, he notes in the second paragraph that Greensboro and Halifax have already held special town meetings and approved articles for the withdrawal of those towns from their merged district. The matter is pending, or was pending, before the State Board of Education. I do not know the present status of that matter. The present status of that matter is the State Board of Education approved that withdrawal. So that's just an update on that piece of information. And the second thing that I'll note is that the legislature, just in their last sort of out of season session that they had because of COVID, passed a law which the governor just signed that allows select boards to call an Australian ballot without needing to have a special town meeting to get permission from town voters to do that. So on a theoretical level, you could you could either call a special town meeting, or you could call an Australian ballot to consider these articles. I think that's all I have.
I have one question. In this letter, David says, it is my opinion, blah, 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 that it has authority to vote to withdraw and enforce merger if 1 year has elapsed since the Union School District became a body politic. Is that?
That's the case. It's been a year and a half.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask you, it says, Larry Slayton, I recommend your study committee carefully go over the financials and all that. Who's our study committee?
Oh, you got me.
Okay. The second is, there's two reasons why you do this. Simple. Either the quality of education is going to get better, or the cost will go down. Is this going to happen in both cases in the league?
Well, what has happened so far in this, since we were forced to merge at the end of, or the beginning of July, a year and a half ago, is that there's been no appreciable ability for the Grafton school in Grafton to work with the school in Westminster, just because the distance is too far apart. You can't share, third graders can't go back and forth or whatever. It just doesn't. There's no sense that way. And the budget for this year is going up over 5% which is a fairly significant increase. We haven't been able, since it's kind of obviously enough, we haven't been able to see a efficiency come out of this merged district just because of the distance so both the kind of educational outcomes have remained unchanged, that we haven't been able to increase the offerings or the ability in the Grafton School because of it's being run together with Westminster or vice versa. And the economics have not changed or may have gotten worse. The other thing is that there is much less community participation in the schools, both in the Grafton, Athens Graft School and in the Westminster School, because we have because there's less power, there's less on the part of the towns to be involved with the schools. We have just 2 people in Westminster, 2 people in Athens, 2 people in Grafton running the schools together, and you don't have the sort of town school board situation where people can come in and say their piece and deal with their specific school. Yeah.
You know, COVID-19 also impacted.
COVID-19 throws a whole nother loop into it. But even prior to COVID-19, it seemed like what we were seeing, which was about a year in, was less community participation or even ability of the community to participate.
So I got a question as a taxpayer more than anything. So if Westminster withdraws, say in Athens and Grafton, does it automatically go back to the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union?
Yes. Yeah. It would still be, it doesn't change our position in the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union.
It doesn't, okay. So it's not like Westminster's gonna be all by itself?
No.
It's still.
Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union essentially is a service set up to provide services for the member districts. We wouldn't change, maybe we could theoretically at some point vote to become part of some other supervisory union and have to get permission through the State Board of Education or something. But this has no bearing on it.
It just doesn't say that in any of the articles. Doesn't mention Northeast Supervisory Union.
Okay.
And it seems though.
It should.
It should.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't mention it because it's not a question that has come up, but the answer is very clear.
Okay.
As a taxpayer, too, I want to be clear though, if you are successful, you are restoring the autonomy of Westminster to control the school board, its budget and policy.
Correct.
Thank you.
In this amount, can we actually get this done, and then a few months later, they overrule us and we gotta go back to what we have? If we do we actually have to go back to another election? Or will it just fall back to where it currently is?
If the towns go through and vote, if Westminster votes for this, and then Athens and Grafton vote to essentially approve the withdrawal, it has to go before the State Board of Education. And the Secretary of Education, they have to approve it. They have to approve it based on a couple of fairly narrow measures. And that's what Larry Slayton is referring to in this letter. That is, you have to show that the economics of the merged district haven't improved over the economics of the separate district. You have to show that the quality of education has not changed. And so they felt they had to do that in the case of Halifax and Reedsboro. They approved it. I think that if they don't approve it, the votes are invalid. It stays the way it is. It stays the way it is until the Secretary of Education approves the withdrawal.
And they would like to see this happen pretty quickly because of that. Very true. Understood, right?
So we would have to fund the election.
Wouldn't necessarily have to be an Australian ballot, but given the fact that it's winter and having a town meeting would be difficult. But, yeah, Australian ballot, and printing the ballots and getting the shebang, but, you know.
Russ, what is that run, a couple grand a year?
Town meetings typically run between 2,500 and 3,500.
For the.
For the whole thing, the printing of the ballots, the mailings, the getting the card, getting the card for the tally,
Right.
all of it. Typically, it's personnel, etc.
Mhm. And David, what do you think of this recommendation of Larry Slayson? And maybe the answer is pretty careful evaluation by the study committee of how Westminster's withdrawal will affect educational offerings, et cetera, so on and so forth. Essentially be the way they were before the forced merger, is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Right.
That last thing for me, because I know we spoke about it, it just still bothers me, fellow citizens and taxpayers, the whole reference to withdraw from a forced merger. I just want to reiterate the fact that the town voted against this merger.
As did Athens, as did Grafton.
Thank you.
Strange that this path has opened up to do it, even though we were dealing with it for such a long time.
I think the path was always there, but it was just rediscovered. I mean, the law about withdrawing from a unified district has been there, I think, since the 1960s or something. And Halifax, somebody in Halifax and Greensboro investigated it and said, hey, we can do this.
You know, the way he wrote it up, my only last thing is obviously 1 and 2 have to pass, but you get into, I mean, did they look at, if the voters somehow misunderstand what they're voting for, and all of a sudden you get to the article where it says 1 and 2 are formed, and you're giving the select board permission to form a town school district. If they vote that down, what the heck does that mean? Because now you got it passed, but yet, you know, now you don't have permission from anybody to have a board. It's kind of a weird one, I thought, when I read it.
Yeah.
Why have all those? Why not just,
I think it should be one article.
I just mean it's like, maybe one article that says you give the select board authority to continue on and close the deal or something, but to ask these, and you're gonna just now sit and scratch your head.
I think that, yeah, and when Fletcher sent me this, he said, I think I might be thinking too hard.
Yeah.
I think that all of these, especially for an Australian ballot, I would word it as, shall the voters of the town of Westminster approve the withdrawal, give the select board authority to set up a new district, give them the authority to take actions necessary to get back the school property, the school property, and give the select board authority to appoint some school board members until there's an election. I think that would be, to my mind, it should just be one article.
Yeah.
So you don't wind up in exactly that kind of, especially if it were a town meeting where everyone were present and could talk about it,
Right.
that's something different, and they could amend these things on the floor and so on. But if it were if you chose to do an Australian ballot, I think it should be one article.
Because the other thing is part of it, one of them says to form a Westminster Town School District, and then the next part says to return the town to the Westminster School District. And I was a little confused over that, because if you're gonna form one, you're not gonna return it. And is that what we're gonna do? You would say, yes, once we pass it, we're gonna return back to the school board system that we had in structure.
Well, there is no school district to return to, it's what is declared voluntary.
So keep going, what do you need from them tonight?
I think that the select board needs or the town needs to schedule a date to hold a vote. And then firm up these articles, or article fairly quickly, and make up your mind whether you want an Australian ballot or a special town meeting. And,
So first, they need to vote whether to proceed.
Yeah.
Formally.
Yeah.
And then,
Before we leave.
then we have time to create more information, verbiage, the warning, post the warning.
Yeah.
All of that.
And if we vote for holding the meeting, we have to set a date tonight also?
You gotta go back on calendar.
You know it has to be before, can't be any later than December 15th.
Right.
You know that posting has to be between November 5th and November 15th. That's 30 to 40 days to post a legal town meeting. So that's how much time you have, which is not much.
Pretty close.
Pretty close.
It means that we have to do it this meeting.
You have,
We got one more meeting to do it, that's about it.
No,
no, you don't. You don't have another meeting until probably the 10th.
Does the warning have to have the articles? Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well,
I know.
yes. Okay, what is your motion, Mr. Keating?
That the select board authorize the whole special
Town meeting.
town meeting, well, I'm just trying to decide whether it would be easier to do an Australian vote than it would be a,
I don't think honestly at that point you're gonna have a choice. The way everything is going right now,
we're not gonna be able to have a special town meeting. There's
That's correct.
Absolutely no question about that, so I'm thinking that we might just as well expect we're going to do it by Australian ballot
I totally agree.
and just move on with that.
So terminology wouldn't be a town meeting, it would be just a election.
And that's
It would be an Australian
vote by.
vote by Australian ballot to withdraw from the Wyndham Northeast Union Grammar School District or whichever it's called.
use the force merger.
I don't like complicated things, I don't. Because I'm not a lawyer either. Will that pass muster under this statute? I hate to don and do on a technicality where they come back to us and say you should have had a town meeting.
No. You can have an Australian ballot.
Okay,
Right, and it is a town meeting.
okay,
That is considered a town meeting.
I second,
That's why it's warned and
good.
I second the motion.
And in your motion, Sheldon, are you setting a date?
To be held before December, specific date, or it just has to be done before December 15th? And we can firm that up.
we gotta get the wording and such, and that will
Let's deal with that, and then that will determine the date. I think.
Okay.
Sound
What's
good?
your motion to do that? Then just go ahead.
Then we vote to have an Australian ballot to withdraw from
Force merger.
the forced merger district that we're now in.
Wyndham Northeast Union School District, is that the formal name? Wyndham Northeast Union School District.
elementary school.
Elementary school, it should say. Wyndham Northeast.
It never says elementary, I kept seeing that.
Yeah, it should say.
Elementary school, okay.
Is that clear? Reread.
Read. And write it down,
Vote by Australian ballot to withdraw from the Wyndham Northeast Supervisory Union Forced Merger Elementary School District.
Grammar school.
wait a minute, elementary, what is the
Oh.
form?
And I second it.
Vote seconded.
All right, with the date we determined. With the date we determined.
Correct.
You want that as
Yeah,
part of
it's
the
gonna be-
motion?
Yeah, I don't think you can, I honestly don't think you can pick a date tonight. It's gonna take legal counsel
All right,
and this
That's fine.
committee to work
Well, we could put in the motion to, we pick the date before,
Prior to.
prior to December 16th,
is that what it is?
right?
Yeah, yeah, I think you.
Prior to December
You
16th.
got
We
through.
put that in, we'll be fine.
He said no later than 12:16, so now you're saying 12:16.
I thought it was the 15th.
I said before the 16th, so maybe in
I
15th.
think there
Maybe it'll be important, you know?
I don't want to have anything for this.
All right. So the motion is to hold an Australian ballot to vote on whether to withdraw from the forced merger creating the Wyndham Northeast Elementary School District at a date before December, on or before December 15th. Any more discussion about this?
Just want to get the right title, isn't it Wyndham Northeast Union Elementary School District?
That's correct.
Yes,
I didn't hear the word union, okay?
Okay, and elementary comes after union or before?
comes after.
Thank you, okay. The Wyndham Northeast Union Elementary School District.
Thank you, Susan.
All right, is there any more discussion? All in favor, and it's been seconded, is someone second?
Oh,
Second, okay. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, thank you. So how will we, determine this and get the article together? Is that something Larry needs to do, Fletcher?
I don't mind trying to head between Fletcher and Larry, but between the two of them, they should come up with the one large, very detailed article.
And they need to do that before
They need to
November.
do it promptly.
Yeah.
And I know, Mr. Slason is right out straight.
they both are.
Well, this is gonna be fun.
And who is going, are you taking the lead on that?
I'd be happy to send them both an email with my ideas of what the article,
Okay,
the points from this.
Yeah.
The points of the article.
that would be great, yeah, thank you.
Okay, then I won't.
And maybe you just let them know officially that the select board.
Yeah.
approved that.
Yeah, what do you mean,
Keep it simple.
right.
Keep it simple, I know.
Simple is
Much better.
simple is keep it complicated, okay, great. Anything else on that issue? Thank you, David, we appreciate your
Thank you.
Thank you.
petitions for applications, new letters.
This is just a house cleaning item. You asked for a letter from all of the entities that needed to have signatures that we passed that said they don't need. They just needed to write a letter. Well, the last two are in your packet. The third one, I tried to email and wasn't as clear as I could have been. So this is the letter from Sevitz. They are getting signatures because they do not want to leave it in your hands to determine what you're going to put on the warning. They want the $9,534 placed on the warning. So that's what they're working on now.
Okay. Thank you. Draft a new personnel policy update. Working on
Yeah. I'm still waiting, and I'll get it, he's waiting for me.
it? I know, it's a very busy time. so
This
thank
time,
you.
I still, I got kind of dug a hole because I started to read more about COVID-19, how we don't have anything in there. So I sent for two other towns and they're working on it at the same
Yeah.
time and trying to get a hold of the state. Because no question, when it comes to leaves of absence and stuff, there's nothing written about how COVID-19 affects it.
Yeah,
So that's what I thought I would get it and get together with Kevin, go over it with the two. I'm working with 3 different towns and they're working on it.
Yeah.
That's right.
thank you very much.
Being-
Draft budget, pages 3 and 4. Look at these.
So just to refresh your memory, Blue are still waiting for information. Green is new information from when you finished last meeting, so we should go over that on page 2. the treasurer's line items. And then go on to page 3.
Okay. Let's do that. Did you say, did you want to go over, the blue ones? Is that
No,
right?
blue ones, we don't have any information on still.
Yeah, okay,
What page you gonna start at? Is it?
Page 2.
right, okay.
So what's changed is I went with our treasurer through these line items, and this is what he deemed acceptable.
If you see how that's any different. That's what we had before the last time, right? Pending, we call it pending, okay?
Yeah. So, any questions, concerns? Hearing none, I'm going to turn those to black. Page 3. The audit this year is, the proposed FY22 is the large audit, that's the 3-day. We used to carry 22,000 or something like that, and that was just too much. You have to look at it, the actual cost of FY19, that was the large audit, and it was only 17,100. Giving a little for inflation, we made that one 19,000. It seems though that would be a fair assessment of what it will cost.
It's the same kind of audit, though, the 3-year big audit. Anything else on the audit? You don't want to know about that?
Lister?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about, so,
I didn't hear you.
Lister Group.
Okay, starting-
There's an
starting there.
increase in that, and that's because, do we have another lister yet?
We do not, but we have 2 prospects. I have not done the assessor trainer through NIMRIC yet. I haven't asked for pricing for this upcoming year, so that one will still be in blue.
Yeah.
But the listers, that is just the 2.5% increase from what they had. Supplies stayed the same. Computer,
Well, I'll just go back to lister. So in FY20, they were 8,500, and now it's improving 14,000. Is that because they're doing more work now?
that's correct. But again, there's only 2 of them, so this is a deceiving number, because it will be a little bit less than that
Right.
by the time this year's done. When we do get all 3 of them back on board, that's the realistic number, 18.5 hours per week, times 52, that's for $15.40.
Mm-hmm. What is, under computer, what's CAMA?
CAMA is their software program
Uh-huh.
that all the data goes into and calculates their information they need.
And what is this new member, what does that mean? Under, we're going to do subscriptions and meetings.
There will probably be some training needed, and so I wrote that memo in there just that we will have a new person, so there will be some additional training needed. We carried it for last year, but didn't use it. We didn't get the 3rd person, but this year we will definitely be.
Why is Matt so, why do we, I can't Remind me why we spent $4,900 one year, nothing another year.
That was going digitized, so we had a huge surge of need, so that now the mapping is done both electronically and on paper for us.
So we spent no money on it last year. And how much have we spent so far this year?
Probably in the zero range, because we don't do it every, 6 months, we do it once a year to get the updates of the subdivisions, and then it's by how much need is there any subdivisions did they happen that year? So we'll be getting new mappings this spring.
Mhm. So that's essentially insurance to cover whatever we might have to spend.
I'm sorry?
That's insurance to cover what insurance to cover. What we
It
might
typically costs us around $1,000, and with a little bit of update on the digitized portion too. So it's $1,200.
Anything else on the listers? Town clerk.
With what you have the new clerk at, that is 2.5%.
Oh, okay. So she's currently at 41, the new person hired at 41,000. And so this is the, okay. Hold on.
The next ones I have not gone through with the clerks because of people changing seats, but I would like to give them an opportunity to do their office supplies down through to the planning board, so that one should be all tabled until I can talk to them about it.
Okay. Reasonable. Planning board. You expect these to be the same, they're blue, but.
There's a couple increases because they are working on the town plan, and that entails a lot more advertising for public hearings and possibly some more supplies for even little pastries for the meetings and et cetera, to entice people to actually participate in that. So the budget is for very basic as it is, but it has been increased a little bit because of the town plan.
When do they expect that to be?
We don't have to have it in place until 2023 at the end of the draft. So you'll be getting that at the end of next year. Sorry.
Page 4.
So we were just doing 2 and 3 tonight.
No, we did 1 and 2 last time, we're doing 3 and 4. We just went back to,
Okay.
yeah, to,
Okay.
we look at some, there are some things that we didn't finalize.
Development Review Board, as you can see, is pretty held firm. Everything seems to be working very well. They're very active.
And in those years, I have a question, let's go back to like the planning, where the last, before FY 17 through FY 20, well, FY 18, 19, 20, essentially the planning board spent no money, none of their legal fees, none of their printing, et cetera. So they spent none of that. So the money that was allocated, does that essentially go into the surplus?
It does. It stays in the general fund.
Thank you. Zoning administration,
Again, the zoning wage is 2.5%, zoning clerk 25%. Supplies, advertising, legal fees, and travel seems to all be working well.
I think legal fees, we have not done anything with legal fees in a while.
Luckily, we haven't, but in this year, we are going to have some. I just needed to have Larry write a letter for an appeal that we had. And so that's what it's for, is to help with town decisions on different properties when people have a different opinion of what a bylaw states. So we try to keep it at a minimum, but sometimes it just can't be helped.
A municipal building.
Okay, weekly cleaning, we're going to see that we're running over this year's budget by about $2,500, up to $3,000 because of the COVID cleaning. We are doing twice as much with our cleaning company. They're sterilizing all of the doorknobs and anything that could possibly be touched by public. So we want to continue that until this is over with. It's protecting not only our visitors, but our employees also.
Offsite storage, so do we need that as a line item, or, I mean, we don't require offsite?
So I've been leaving it on because you have monies that we've spent in the past years. So long story short, it won't go away until those are all zeroed.
I see. Okay. Supplies, obviously a little more for COVID, yeah.
Yeah. Building improvements has been left on there through a conversation that we had a couple of years ago. That if you had a building improvement that was not part of the normal maintenance, that we would be able to put it in that line item. I don't see anything this year coming up that's urgent.
That might be the North Westminster Community House.
If you were going to do, something substantial like
Yeah.
That,
Or we were talking about doing the building, or we gotta do something about the building solution for the cemetery.
that the garage thing, yep.
We were talking about that the last couple of years. Before it falls down.
Yeah, before it falls in there, right.
Should we do it this year? Next year?
This year, I'd like to put our efforts into the survey that we've been talking about
At the cemetery?
at the cemetery. That comes up further in your,
It's really not being used for anything at this point in time, so it's not an emergency.
Okay.
Because the snow takes it down and we'll clean it up.
Okay. Municipal buildings, maintenance.
again, that covers them all. So that's my roof on the town hall, which is going to have to be pointed for replacement shingles. Our slate has moved. That's a yearly thing. We have a post office, which right now sits, knock on wood, pretty solid. We do have a dirt floor that we're still been kind of pushing off, that we want to put a floor in there to get rid of the moisture. But at this point, I haven't heard any substantial complaints, so I've been kind of holding off. The West was approved at $1,000 years and years ago, so we just carry it.
Yeah,
And they painted a little last year, but they've got some more to do, so they'll be using some more. Town garage, obviously it's the same thing. We put it on there, but again, we're not doing anything with it yet.
Yeah.
The post office, maintenance is the line that we get from offsetting taxes. So we pay that and we get it back. I'm sorry, I read across the lines. Post office maintenance is post office maintenance, and post office taxes is the contracted payback.
What do you mean, pay now?
We pay the taxes and
Oh,
then I pay them back.
All right, got it.
Heating oil, if your crystal ball is better than mine, power to you, but if it maintains the level we're at now, we're gonna be fine. If we spike, which we did in 2019, then it becomes right on the verge. So at this point, it looks like that number is favorable. But again,
And is that based on the current price like right now?
it is based on the current usage and the current price that we're experiencing right now.
Okay.
But I think it should be fair that we're not going to see that just a one big lump.
Now that we put electric pumps upstairs, or even upstairs, it should be less than.
That's correct, but this is again, not just that building,
No,
not just the town hall.
We've improved.
We have very much, we've insulated and that price went down a lot.
And we're cooling it as well, so.
Which brings us to the electricity line.
Right, our electric rates have gone up a lot, and if you read a lot about electricity, the spikes are due to the solar input and the maintenance of the lines are not being covered by the normal rates that they used to do. So we all experienced a little bump. That little bump turned into quite a bump. If you've watched your own at home, it's increased substantially. Well, that's what we're seeing, but we are also contributing to with that usage with the heat pumps. We're saving in fuel, but we're spending a little bit more with the heat pumps. But we're also making that building use the usage 365 days of the year now, where before you couldn't do that anything in the wintertime because it was so cold, and in the summertime it was so hot that you couldn't do anything. Now we are utilizing that space
What's the
Well, we will be.
that you're talking about?
upstairs at the town hall,
Oh,
the heat pumps.
yeah.
Didn't we have some, back when all these solar farms were going into Westminster, didn't we have some interest in having us sign on to?
You want to buy part of the program, the National Guard.
We've had a couple opportunities, but at only $11,000 of use, as soon as they found out how much we used and actually spend, they all went, oh, well, you know, we're not really interested in grabbing you if you don't spend enough. So we kind of lost our pull with them because, again, we don't use enough. We don't only have just the post office, the town garage, and we do have some lights that street lights that we pay for. What else? At the Westminster West sand yard, we have a building with electricity that we plug in tobacco typically there. So we don't have a lot of use for what they were really wanting us to participate in, so.
But it is interesting now. Up above looking left this weekend, and I didn't realize when you go over Westminster, how many solar panels we have now. There's a big area plus the network. It was interesting that what I'm thinking was, well, what if we actually produced enough electricity in Westminster to be self-sustaining? You know how a lot of towns want to know that? We've got to get closer.
You'll never know that. No, because all those Green Mountain Power.
No, but you can tell what the whole, somebody would know, you know, they come back and say the goal is to have town self-sufficient. Well, you gotta believe we need a lot of power.
We've exceeded the 2050 goal
Yeah.
for
I came out of City Orchard yesterday and I looking at that triangle that they're having. Man, that is huge now.
It is, like I said, the weekend, when you look down, it's like, man, between that, where the basement is, that is huge. Yeah.
Okay, unless we have any comments on the water, which seem to be about the same.
It's gone up a little bit. They did some substantial improvements this past year, and rates did go up just a smidge.
Thank you. So I'm thinking now we'll do 2 more pages, but let's go through to the cemetery next time. That takes in the town garage. We'll finish the town garage, come to the cemetery. That makes sense?
So what pages are those? Just so you,
They are 5, 6, and then 7, just the first items until we get to the cemetery.
okay.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right, quarterly financials, questions.
I gave that to you last meeting and tabled it in case you had any questions that you wanted to ask about this meeting. Really nothing jumped out at me for revenue nor expenditures. They are all within the realm of
I have a quick question, in the back, intergovernmental expense, so the pit, the study on the gravel pit, so
what page are you on?
I'm on the very last 8, I guess. So we spent 4,500 and we have 5,500, so that will go into general fund? The money we did not spend on the,
We didn't use, it's the only place we earmarked it for, so it doesn't go.
right, so it just goes into the general.
I'm sorry, what's your question? The Henwood Hill project?
No, the gravel pit study.
Rather,
10,000 was voted, we only spent 4,500.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And yes, the remainder will stay into the budget, yes, into the general fund.
And I guess I have one last question, we were talking about, I'm not sure if it's here, but delinquent property taxes, people being slow about paying the property taxes because of the whole issue. Is that gonna cause us problems?
It isn't right now. We have, again, that 100,000
Right.
in the general fund to cover our expenses. That was the conversation that we had last night with the fire department. They're guaranteed 100%. School is guaranteed 100%.
Right,
And after the first billing, we gave them 50%. And we averaged about 43%. So there is a loss there. Is it lower this year than it was last? Yes, it is. Is it at a concern level? No. People are working at it.
yeah,
It's a little bit slower, but it is being whittled off at great rates. So nothing to really get very concerned about yet.
thank you. Anything else on the quarterly financials? Nope. Cemetery survey bids.
I somewhere in this mess have a quote from Deaver Arrow Associates. I expected it to be in your packet, and I, for some reason, must have left it on my desk because you should have had it. I am requesting that, because it's such a specialized request for a surveyor to not only survey the land, which is the easy part, it's to go through every site and find the graves, working with our sextons so that we can find out how many open spots we really do have. Our rows are askew. They're not, on a map, people have drawn very straight lines, and they're not like that on the ground.
Yeah, I can't find mine.
So, And rightly so, and there's a bunch of them that are like that the markers are there, but that the sod has grown over them, if they bought them, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. We need to locate them again.
Right.
That's not okay. We want to make sure that everything's clean.
So what are you?
So the range he gave me was, will oversee our budget that we have in there, but not by a ton. If I get the approval, I can tell you the range, but if I don't, then I don't want to wreck the fair bidding process.
Right.
But if you guys deem it as I think it should be, it's a very specialized task. It's not every surveyor is going to be interested, and not every surveyor is going to have the history with Westminster to do this. DiBernardo Associates have done this once before, and we just need to update that information and move forward to getting new information. So I'm requesting that we opt not to bid this out and take this very reasonable range of cost and run with it. And I'll tell you what it is if you think I'm on the right page, or if you're saying, no, let's put it out a bit.
I don't have a problem with it.
Let me give you the range then, because this is fair for you guys. 2,800 to 3,200 is the range that he gave me. It's not huge money. It's not money that is going to be wasted by any stretch. It's going to save us thousands of dollars in creating a new cemetery when this one is still at 30, 40, 50 lots that we don't even know about. So
You don't have to come in.
How are we gonna go about finding these corner markers on these lots if they're underground?
they have, once they get started, how they did it last time, is the sextons will be working with him, and he will be locating what the exact diameter of a lot should be, so that we're narrowing it down to the size of this paper, trying to find the stone. When Kevin and I would go out there and we'd be looking at the size of the table, trying to find the little square corner stones.
Yep.
So once they get started, once you get on a row, it goes relatively fast. And that was according to Joe DiBernardo and Chris Potter, who have both done it in different areas. So I'm hoping that's a
I'm gonna have to lose weight in order to get into mine.
You can afford to lose it.
So, anyway, and nowadays, families are buying less lots because they're placing 4 cremations in them. So this cemetery could last us, gosh, it could go 20 more years, realistically. So, I think this 2,800 to 3,200 is well worth the money to get it done and done right.
I don't think it.
Motion.
I do.
So we'll make a motion to spend not to exceed
$3,200.
$3,200 to survey Westminster West Cemetery for. I'll second.
Moved and seconded to spend not more than $3,200 to survey Westminster West Cemetery. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
You have to recuse yourself. Only kidding. Opposed? Okay. You can do it.
Was there a post?
No, it was not. It was
I'm sorry.
a stupid joke.
Oh. I had my head down and
You don't need to hear it. Social media committee, that's me. We did not meet, but I did talk to Eric Wells in Wilson. They have a Facebook page. A nice one, but very basic. He calls it one-way information, only out of the town. That, he says a very good way to communicate with the town. They don't allow comments at this point. He's developing some guidelines for the few people who can post things. It's a little different than Westminster would be because they have a police department has their own page and the fire department has their own page, so it's a bigger town. But I guess I'm looking for an okay to go ahead with the social media committee and maybe I think we might, something we can do a draft Facebook page before, I'm assuming, with some guidelines for people and start moving on it. Okay?
Knock yourself out.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
What about you?
Okay, that's it. All the committee together and we'll get working on it. New business, 5-year history of health insurance.
Kevin asked about this, and I thought it would be just easier to put it in a chart form. So I went back to 2016, I could have gone a little bit further, but I figured the last 5 years was what you asked for, so that's what I gave you.
Most appreciated.
What I did, as you're gonna notice, or you probably already have noticed, that you know firm facts for a half a year. The other half a year is really very open-ended. You have no crystal ball that's gonna tell you that health insurance is gonna maintain its integrity. So I've been very careful not to make that fluctuate to a point where we can't afford it. So when we have a lean year, yes, we might have a little bit of overture there, but it also doesn't make our next increase flex to the point where it hurts. So as you can see, planned increase and actual increases were very close until you get to the FY21. I estimated and it came in, as a lot less. So next year we'll be able to counter that, and as you can see, we're planning only 2% increase. So if you play the game of history, you can win by just an average increase instead of spiking up and going down and spiking up and going down. So anyway, that's what we've been doing, and
I don't understand this one, FY21. Approved budget 162,000, amount spent 53,000.
it's only a third of
Oh,
the
okay.
budget.
Okay. So that's why the 8.5%.
This takes into account that not just the cost of our insurance, it's the fact that we've had people come and go.
That's another whole part of that game, Craig. You're exactly right. If you lose a single and get a family,
You just lost.
you just
Right.
blew that right out of proportion. So that's why, again, you play that.
Appreciate it very much. Yeah, well done.
Any questions about that?
No,
Thanks, Rob, for bringing that
No,
up.
thank you.
Very much.
Sale of 19.1 acres.
We sold 18.1 acres again,
Do you have the check? That's my question.
and we got a down payment this time. And it's not in your packet. I was gonna make copies, and I thought that would be a little overture. I can pass this around to you to look at it. It is exactly the same amount that we had on the last one, which was $24,500. We got 5,000 down to hold the land. Closing date is on or before December 1st, but I do need an official approval from you folks to pass to Larry to make sure that this is all.
but you need a name in that motion.
You should, and it's Delvina Kearney.
Make the motion.
He's got the payment, he wanted to do it, so.
Kevin,
I move to accept the solicitation for sale of property at Pine Branch Road, parcel 0120113, 7262231, 11626. The sale of Westminster to one Delvina Kearney of Rockingham County for the sum total of $24,500 of which $5,000 has been received and placed in escrow with the town of Westminster, providing a closing date for final sale, disposition, and receipt of proceeds to the taxpayers of Westminster of December 1st, 2020, close of business.
I'll second that one.
Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded. Nelly's still writing.
Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, you guys should never let me read anything.
All right, you're getting a new seat.
Just cannot bottle the end.
Toby, you're in.
We just had your old lesson. Yeah, we won't, it was my fault, I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And it passes. Yoo-hoo. The last will see that, I hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you.
Draft of the audit.
In your package, you have the letter from the select board that authorizes. You have a letter from the management discussion and analysis, and then you have the actual draft budget. I today received the final draft, the final version, which is not different than the drafts, but we are getting 12 carbon copies, bounded copies of that, and you'll get that when I get it. It's very good. It looks very, very good. The surplus this year will look to be about $245,118. That can be found on page 18, bottom line. Remembering that the $250,000 that's in the general fund for our new policy that we added money to last year is taken away from that. So the $495,118 minus the $250 is $245,118. So that will be needed to be discussed at a later meeting. So please look at it. I do have spare copies for the public if they so choose. A lot to send via email, so I do have copies, hard copies for people.
Thank you. Town report dedication citizen of the year nomination.
This is just to get your minds thinking about that. You folks take care of the town report, and the citizen of the year was in the Gazette asking for people to do it. It happens quickly. It will be in December because we have to get photos and descriptions and all that. So next meeting, I will be asking you to go into executive session with your thoughts.
Do we have the nominations from last year too?
I always give those to you.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah,
Great.
and any new ones that you folks come up with. So that we can-
Great. Thank you. Manager's report.
Just a couple quick things. We had another accident on Westminster West Road that took down some guardrails. I have sent a bill of $5,110 to USSAA Casualty Insurance Company regarding Lawrence and Francis Cornick. Francis was the one that was in the accident and took down our guardrails, and this is the third accident that we've had in Westminster that we replaced guardrails and not been reimbursed. This one I was given the full information to actually bill for, so I'm hoping to get a response from this.
Answer, a simple question, why is the invoice dated for April 27, 2018?
Because it's a draft and that was it. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Good catch. And the last item, the conclusion of work on the town hall, which is the entrance area, the foyer and bathrooms in the kitchen. We removed it last year from the contract. Are we interested in finishing this work for once and for all, or we need to not put it in FY 22's budget. Something to think about. It's on my manager's report, so I don't need answers, I just need you to start thinking about it.
You know what the cost would be roughly?
Not off the top of my head, but it is the amount that they remove. And we might take that scope of work and reduce it. We had the foyer completely being done, so resanded, re-varnished, really making it, the stairs and the floor is all pristine. You might not want to do that this time, you might want to wait. The bathrooms, the fixtures need to be replaced. They're very old, low profile. And then the kitchen area, we've got the unit is all cleaned out and ready to go.
Which area?
I'm sorry? The little kitchen, it's just a little, where we put our refrigerator, the water, cooler, et cetera. It's a little L. It's all done, meaning it's all shaped. It really looks good.
I think that gigantic bathroom is so weird.
That's the handicap bathroom
I know
that
it
is
is,
by-
but it's just
by law.
compared to the rest of the room.
Was there any, I can't remember whether you told me this or not, was there any, was there a scope of work in the bathrooms they were gonna do as far as the
Yes,
woodwork and so forth?
yes.
We never made a motion to go into executive session, because we were supposed to go through this.
Well, I was assuming we did that after other business. Can we do that, or?
Yes, that's where you go.
Yeah, you get this other stuff over. So boards and commissions,
There's nothing to report.
other business?
Just to be, everybody on the same page, luminaries are coming up.
Oh, it's in here, okay. Good. So what do you
One thing
need?
that COVID-19 is not gonna mess with.
Shouldn't. I was thinking about that on the way here today.
So what do you need, some volunteers, some info out there?
Yeah, I'm gonna touch base with covering on it anyway.
Mm-hmm. Well, good.
Keep me in the loop, Sheldon, and I'll make sure it's in the Gazette,
Okay,
all that.
because I'd like to get started on those early to share the Gillette case.
Mhm.
Okay.
Day of next meeting,
Okay, so it falls on the 11th, which is Veterans Day. What is your pleasure for that?
I would be happy to have it on the Tuesday before, but just we could also have it on Thursday, Tuesday's a problem.
Thursday I can't, I have to do them solid waste, I can get out of the meeting, but
I have no problem with the 10th,
Tuesday is fine with me as well.
okay? Let's make it Tuesday, November 10th, 6:30, same place. All the papers out yet, good. Now, we need a motion to go into executive session on 2 personnel matters.
We'll go into executive session on two personnel matters.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session, all in favor? Wait,
I did,
Sheldon moved it.
Craig seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And we will be making, some decisions. I'm just assuming, hoping this will take us incredibly long. Sounds good. So we'll go to the day one.
you are not going to have,
My new company.
Yeah, you have it done, you might have it done.
Yep.
okay.
Right, you can tell me.
We have
Yeah.
a track person and all